Please be seated. Let's now turn off your cell phones, please.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal indictment number 2023-0091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, Ann Yaz, and Tracy Cusick. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Brian Walshe.
Good morning, Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walshe.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated. Let me start by a few things that I had on my radar for this morning and a few things that you put on my radar last night. Wrapping up our statistics with regard to our impanelment, I just want to put on the record, on the last day of jury impanelment, we saw 45 jurors. 30 of those answered yes to question 5. 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8. 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, defense exercised 8 peremptories. There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours, and I want to first address with the parties. It doesn't have either party wish to be heard on that in oral argument.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the sealing, I rest on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walshe. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case, so it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading, and this is not consciousness of guilt. It doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him, so I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the email was being put in to show thoroughness in the investigation. The police received it as one of the many tips, and they actually asked the defendant about the name in one of the interviews. And so that is why the Commonwealth was seeking to enter the email, so it would show why the police were asking about this particular name.
Defense's motion is denied. The evidence will be admitted. It is relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough in its case. I'll permit it in my discretion. There's another motion that you raised by email to Madam Clerk yesterday or last night. With regard to the emails of Mr. Fasto. And I asked this morning, Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had. I got back and, oh, it's paper number 200. It's not paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line unless somebody feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. I mean? All right. So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fastow in my opening.
Is that the photo of Anna Walsh and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that it was sent to Mr. Fastow that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I was intending to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So, Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However-
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Anna Walsh sent the photo to Mr. Fastow in this series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in lim to admit text messages.
That's
So
a defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the...
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages. There's also, maybe it's the nature of relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Cusick?
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200 is the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
To which I wrote, in my effort to be ever transparent, this is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197. That's not the one.
Your Honor, I believe I have it as paper number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion limine 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends offer, or the testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday?
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion in limine to exclude the defendant from making a reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the line to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's? Is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
It will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent, as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it. I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, I just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language.
Judge, just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to the police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
He can say that. He can.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that. He can say, I misled the police. He can say, I lied to the police. All right. Are there any more preliminary matters? We have 16 jurors in the House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking them 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it. And we'll go from there. If we get, we have still 16 in the box, we'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
No.
Come on.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On what?
The hole in the ceiling.
That the entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Yeah.
I'd like to bring up one issue.
Before this?
It doesn't matter, just, I'll wait till they're recognized and then I'll bring it up.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just identify yourself for the record. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email, now that it's going to be admissible. We believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and could be marked as for ID concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right. So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question. Yes, but I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that? All right, D for Doug is the stipulation regarding Richard Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Anna Walsh and Brian Walshe. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction given.
I don't have one in there. Okay. All I have is the elements of first-degree murder by premeditation and the normal beyond a reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I know that we set the date to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion if you're concerned about that.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday, or maybe it was the Tuesday before, right? We had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement, and I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together. If there's a conviction at the end, if not, I'll just sentence him on the other two charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good. Indictment. Single.
Standing. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having any interview with the Honorable Justice Diane Fournier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. Others of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court, please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Good morning, jurors. Morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. Jurors, I hope you all had a nice holiday break, and we're here to start the trial today. Before we go to any steps to further the trial, I want to go over with you and ask you each individually, as a group, you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were impaneled. And so the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. And I will scan first from the left rear to the right, and front left to the right. And keep on nodding until you really know that I connected. Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. Sounds more complicated than it is. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or access any news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn in?
Yes, please.
Members of the jury, if you could please stand and raise your right hands for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will voluntarily try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Thank you all. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearkening to the indictments returned by the Norfolk County Grand Jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please. Norfolk Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walshe, a Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Anna Walsh with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Anna Walsh in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial instructions, also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read aloud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walsh with committing murder. The indictment is not evidence in this case. The fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. let me give you an outline of the trial. When I finish these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then, the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, each side will make their closing arguments, summarize the evidence, and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case, and I give them to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question, or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means that the witness may not answer the question, or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something, or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it and you may not consider it. As the judge in the case throughout the trial, there may be times when I give you mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just mentioned, offered by the other side. Please don't hold against any of the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide. Let me next talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial. After you've heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe. Whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles I explained to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear inside this courtroom and on my instructions on the law. You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses that you'll see from this witness stand. As you recall, any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of what a witness says, or not. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide the case. I want to next talk about fairness. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about now. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. First, slow down. Don't rush to any decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up. Third, you should listen closely to the witness. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to turn now to certain legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Ms. Walsh is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walsh to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that is before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. As I said, the charge here is murder. And the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant caused the death of Anna Walsh. Second, the defendant intended to kill Anna Walsh. That is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Anna Walsh's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation. That is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. Those are the basic 5 elements. And really, jurors, what I'm trying to absorb at this point is that there are 5 component parts. And each of those component parts, the Commonwealth needs to prove, again, beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you may be thinking about. One of two, you may ask about these actually when you were being selected as jurors. And I'll start first with note-taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony, however. So you're going to have to rely on your own memories of what each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers will pass out at appropriate time a notepad and a note writing implement, pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on the testimony and to remember what is said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken. Next I want to talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble seeing anything, hearing anything, if you need an unscheduled break, please raise your hand and one of the court officers will come over. We'll make the necessary adjustments. I remind you that we take a morning break at about 11 o'clock, and that's usually about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on what I have to do during that time. And then we proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take a break from 1 to 2, and then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long, between the hours of 2 and 4. So you can predict your day, how your day will play out most days that you're here. If you need to communicate with me at any point during the trial, again, let one of the court officers know and give me the information. And do it through a note is the best way. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case, and in this one, that you abide by those rules that you agreed to. If anybody needs another written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask. But I remind you, no social media, no news media. Don't do any research about this case on any medium. Don't talk to anyone about this case. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. It's the first thing that I'm going to ask you every morning, and it's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right? The lawyers at the side of the bench. Jurors, I know that you will try the case according to the oath that you took this morning. In that oath, you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a just and fair verdict. Now time for the opening statements. You will find that there are customs in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case plays out. The first custom I'll alert you to is that the Commonwealth opens the case first. ADA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may it please the court?
It does.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's Director of Human Resources. And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her co-workers' husbands was trying to find her co-worker. The co-worker was Anna Walshe, and her husband is Brian Walshe. Teresa Marchese knew Anna Walshe because she hired her in February 2002 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Anna Walshe commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Anna Walshe lived in Washington, D.C. Anna Walshe bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lived in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walshe was looking for Anna, she got concerned. And she spoke to her boss, Jeff Chubb. And the two of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Anna left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And hasn't spoken to her since then. This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So, Teresa Marchese went and drove to Anna Walshe's townhouse. She took another employee with her. On the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Ms. Marchese could get into the building. Ms. Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She went to the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Anna Walshe. Now the door from the garage to the home, that was locked, so she couldn't get inside. So Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walshe back again, and she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Speyer's global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walshe is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walshe's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions, and Mr. Walshe repeats. Anna left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town. You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Anna is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Anna missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Anna Walshe has been reported missing to the police. And it was done just before noon on January 4th, and no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Anna Walshe. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence. And evidence will come to you, as Your Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. You'll see Anna Walsh's banking records. You'll also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Anna Walsh's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Anna was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant. She came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts. And then she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for Jen Movement, who had his own real estate. She actually wound up running that company for her. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walshe would refer to as a dream job, where she got to work for Petition Spire. She would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal Courthouse, but he hadn't been sentenced yet. Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Anna was the breadwinner of the family, and she had moved to D.C. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in D.C. And Brian, too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a person by a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, Jim Luke. Fastow will testify. And he will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Anna needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Anna flew to Dublin Island the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Anna missed Thanksgiving with Brian and children. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Anna went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. But she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C. And on December 29th, she goes to dinner with one of her friends who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Brian Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Cohasset on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a bar class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor who will say that she did exceedingly well in that class. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. Mutlu testified. He went over to the Walshe family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian and Anna. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids. Actually got to play with the oldest child. And he spent the night talking to his friends. He'd characterize them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, it had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. to require Anna to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh and Levy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walshe at his home. Officer Lawrence went. He was outside by Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe informed Officer Lawrence that Anna had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Anna Walshe, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft, the local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin a process of pinging Anna's phone. You're going to get to see the records for that. And essentially, the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal onto the phone trying to locate. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Anna Walshe interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walshe home. That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walshe family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walshe. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Anna was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work. How there were some issues with his federal case. And how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve. And how Anna had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Anna was wearing when she left the home. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Schmidt will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on the missing persons investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police officers to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walshe family. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walshe on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the state police. And those interviews were recorded. You'll get to hear those interviews. Mr. Walshe, during those interviews, will explain that he and Anna were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Anna had her dream job. That it was taking care of the family. And conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter. That this case was causing stress on his marriage. That he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy, and the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Anna's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Anna traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Anna about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, that she had embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Anna Walshe had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Anna Walshe, and that Brian Walshe was a beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find them. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular. Trooper Nicholas Marino and Trooper Connor Keith. They are digital forensic specialists. They have special training in examining computers, tablets, phones, and in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at Walshe House. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, Anna had missed Christmas Eve and was, after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow, and was driving up from Washington, D.C. The cell phone that Brian Walshe was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walshe, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Anna Walshe managed for Petitioner Spy and emergencies she handled them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID begin on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body, and then went to similar websites for more than an hour. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device searched how long for someone to missing to inherit, how long missing to be dead, Can you throw away body parts? Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search, how long does DNA last? And then an article, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? 30 minutes later, the MacBook researched the disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I'm the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched, best way to dispose of body parts after a murder. Trooper Guardino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited include those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled, You Want to Get Away with Murder? Use a special deterrent. This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up how long does Lowe's keep security footage, how to saw a body, how to dismember a body. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West, Rock. Brian Walshe told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced, not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. It had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walshe residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. However, there was another phone in the Walshe residence, an iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, the phone traveled to Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, an apartment complex in Swampscott, to a CVS in Danvers, to a Lowe's in Danvers, and to a Stop and Shop in Swampscott. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You will see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotics. You will see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers, a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You'll see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop in Swampscott, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit, cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. Investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon of January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs. And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies, 20 pounds of baking soap, mop, buckets, and a hatchet. The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Rockland. You will see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You will see someone going to the dumpster and then leave. Investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swansea. And this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters, and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody, where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Hermes watch, blue-gray Hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Anna Walsh's name, rugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears, snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged, brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Anna and Brian. And scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh on the tie suit. They will explain that Anna Walsh's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including the hatchet and the hacksaw. Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Anna Walsh about 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we asked two things. The first is that keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of it. And at the end of this trial, we'll speak to you one more time. Because at that time, we'll ask to find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
Thank you, ADA Connor. Why don't you take a break and stand up, shake a leg. And when you're comfortable and regain your focus, you may be seated. Now we'll hear from the defense for opening statement, Attorney Tipton.
Thank you. Brian Walshe, lied to police. Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th. Brian Walshe went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walshe went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walshe, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic tragic search that you will hear about. You'll hear the evidence. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose of a body to even darker subject matter. As he wrestled with the fact that Anna Walshe was dead. That evidence that you will hear, it will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow left the family home, Brian and Anna Walshe, sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning. Anna and Brian Walshe continued to celebrate the news. They went upstairs. About an hour later, you will hear evidence that Mr. Walshe got up, went downstairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence that he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Anna Walshe, the one he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Anna, his wife. She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening. It didn't make any sense to him. It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. You hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old people. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens to trained athletes. You will hear evidence that can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained. That's the evidence you will hear in this case. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community. But it is to this day not well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence Brian Walshe never imagined somebody suddenly died. 1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up, and she is dead. You will hear evidence in this case that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe love each other. Yes, there was stress in marriage. Stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. and that's the pending federal case that had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Anna Walshe got a job in D.C. with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. You will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children? Well, Anna worked in D.C. Brian. And he did. There was stress in commuting back and forth between D.C. and Cohasset. Brian Walshe experienced that stress too. And Anna Walshe and they talked about it on Christmas Day of 2020. And that's what the evidence was. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that. But yes, there was an affair, not between Brian Walshe and Anna, but between Anna Walshe and William West. The evidence in this case will be that Anna Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in D.C., the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Vasco will tell you that he was unaware of any plans of Anna ever telling Brian about the affair. William Vasco will testify that they behaved differently in public in D.C. to make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Vasco will testify that Anna Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair. Brian Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know. Anna Walshe had a crush on William Vasco because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you'll hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love. And all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Anna Walshe. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian. I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Vasco, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in D.C., it didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you have evidence from Alyssa Kirby that Anna Walshe told her, I wish he would be jealous. You will hear evidence that there was no financial pleas or problems. Anna Walshe just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They owned that townhouse in D.C. It was worth over $1 million. They owned whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. you will hear evidence that Brian Walshe's mother gifted the money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time, that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Anna worked at EC, that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts. The evidence in this case is that Brian Walshe loved Anna Walshe. You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Fester. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know. You will hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian was occurring. And notwithstanding the fact that Anna Walshe was happening there, she described their relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her. You'll hear how she described Brian as her friend to her friend that was occurring. You'll also see evidence of text messages you may use to determine yourself if they're between these 2 individuals. The importance of messages that you'll see is simply the ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. On 12/25, Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater DC area. Bethesda, Annapolis. They're searching for future investment property. You'll see that, and you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in DC, these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So now they need to figure out what to do with the proceeds. You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. Now, she's back in D.C. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay home and work at home today in D.C. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I have to get you a plunger. And it responds, I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Anna Walshe wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, you'll see postings that he sent her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the woman he loved. And you'll see his memory that he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for one. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12/30, simple texts. Text between them about her catching her flight from D.C. to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts them, I've landed. And what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walshe back to Anna, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign on these texts? You see them. Brian says, love you. And Walshe says, love you too. We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve. Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Anna to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Anna Walshe ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking. New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Anna Walshe told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. And she talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that. Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there, he saw no problems. That Brian was happy and Anna was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial, festive. He described it as light. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. We'll have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Anna signed on that box she wrote, let's make 2023 the best one yet. She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and surrender, love. Nothing was more important to both Anna and Brian, those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Anna and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show the only time Anna Walshe talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because, yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to D.C. because Brian could no longer take care of them. There would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter, and ask her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walshe will tell you, how is it that I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison? For a day, for a week, for a month, or for years. That's what they were talking about. And in all the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other conversation about the war. And you won't hear it from William Fasto. In fact, William Fasto will tell you he had resigned himself to think Anna Walshe was never going to leave Brian, father of Jim. Jim left around 1:30. Brian Walshe, Anna Walshe went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible, the unimaginable happened. It didn't make sense to Brian Walshe. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Anna Walshe was alive 1 minute and dead the next. All he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Anna is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Anna? Where will those 3 boys go? And so, he told the story. He told lies. He tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys. Brian Walshe never killed him. Brian Walshe never thought about killing him. Never. Brian Walshe is not guilty.
Jurors, once again, why don't you stand up, shake a leg. 15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or start the evidence. Does anybody, just a show of hands, need a bathroom break? Or people on 15? All right, we're going to take your break early, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
Please be seated. Does anyone need to address anything with me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
We'll take about a 20-minute break, and Commonwealth, what's the lineup today?
It's going to be Sergeant Harrison Schmidt for the entirety of the day. The intention is to try and get through the audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went well with the editing, so to speak?
Yes, we've made all the edits that we encourage and the ones the court told us to make.
All right, and the defense is all set with that? Have you watched it yet, or?
Yes, you have.
All right. Let me know if you need.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe, Judge.
All rise.
You are unmuted.
Judge, could we come to sidebar?
Yes? So I noticed during the opening statements that this, which.
All rise to the court, please.
Not yet. This room, which has terrible acoustics, is being made even more intolerable, I would say, by the typing that's going on in the front row. So I'm going to ask, the press is welcome here at all times. It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on. That's fine, but I'm going to ask all three people in the front row to move it out. We'll see how it sounds in this next time. And I encourage the lawyers. I hear certain things. I'm quite a distance from you. I found it disruptive to what I'm doing. And so I expect that you find it disruptive to what you're doing. And I want to make sure that you are clear-headed and can do your job. So if you find that that's not working, you let me know. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You can bring them in.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. May be seated.
So jurors, now we're going to start the evidence in the case. The Commonwealth's first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Just step right in there. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, SCHMIDT.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which ones, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50.
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
Since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the SWAT team interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue, if they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with MetroLEC and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And, sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
And what are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
And about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4 o'clock p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate. I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so, as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, Who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would see to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked in a minute as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
No objection.
objections to this group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. You want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how many are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you have a, and what their designation is, or can you get that to court just so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll get that to the court at the lunch.
All right, so any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors, before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't, to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report, and so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the appropriate court staff as 1 through 52.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No in evidence. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, we're going to have a tough time looking at the back. And if I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Sorry.
So it's not blocking you.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CAC Highway.
Thank you. Now, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little 3-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Set back along driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house is this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue shirt, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if record may reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, 7178? So, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it.
Where was Officer Lorenz?
On the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 5, 7177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 6, 7131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table.
And then when you were there that night, What was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131, which I believe is now 7? Sir, where is this in the home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No.
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
In that crate.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked it as an exhibit yet, but I have it on an individual drive.
All right. Subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, Your Honor.
So this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit, and
All
Ms.
right.
Gilman will be able to play it.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence as Exhibit 53.
Thank you. Now, Exhibit 53, you've had the opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately reflect conversation you had with Mr. Walsh that night?
it does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Okay, the quarter is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Officer Lawrence and Brian. Could you state your name for me?
Yeah, Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe, okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
131.
Okay, and we're at your home, 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's Wednesday.
Perfect. So could you do me a favor? I know you explained a lot of this today. Could you just do me a favor and just start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this great new job she got.
Okay.
And we're to follow us shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most recently, she was at work.
That's okay. But can you please let me finish this? And I'll let you eat, please. Yeah. Okay, okay.
1 second. Do whatever. We're in your turf. Do whatever you need.
Honest, thank you. All right. Let's go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on, was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived, yeah.
Friday when she came home, okay. And she flew from DC to...
Yes, I can show you she sent me that information.
Sure, I would love it.
You know, you can look through all of that, but that was the last one she sent.
This is
That's
your text.
no, she texted me so I would know when she was coming in. I'd ask.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text changed on, so you can look. You can take a look at that. Whatever you want to do with that.
All right. So it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m. There's a screenshot of the JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA Terminal 2, the C28 to Boston, Terminal C, the C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m. Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's going to help you. Please look at anything. She sent me some. She had a Dave Thomas, so she sent me some videos of that, and then you'll get into the area where I start texting them to me. And if you want to look at it, there's probably a year's worth of text there. If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really.
I'm open. I'm trusting. That's
No, I appreciate it. So, Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time.
right.
She responds, amongst other things, yes, boarding now. So, okay. Friday, 7:59 a.m., land. And then it looks like Friday, 12:07 p.m., photos of Anna and Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo.
You took these and sent them to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so
She would take my phone and send them to herself.
okay,
The ones that she.
very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so. So I took the photos. A lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. Monday, 2:30 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 p.m. Another text. Yesterday, spring a text. 6:39 a.m. Continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she should be back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me Viber. So I thought I'd call Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it. So I tried every sort of situation I could to get in touch
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or making dollars.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. The phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone.
Yes, yes.
So it's on Verizon, if you know.
No, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company's on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported the phone over.
She brought the number over to their system.
I don't know, she took the phone over.
Okay.
So like that was canceled and moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number as well as we didn't take the numbers.
Right, okay. So she took the family plan number
And the phone.
to her, and then worked to start paying for it.
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Excellent.
I guess they call it porting over.
For, yep, one carrier to the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile.
Okay. Okay, so, she flies in, I see a text, around 7 a.m. How did you get from the airport to home?
Yeah,
Here.
she always Uber Lyft.
It's Uber, Lyft.
Yeah,
Okay.
Uber was one and Lyft was two.
Okay. And then, so she gets dropped off here?
Yeah, she, usually they drop her off further down because they can find the place, so,
Okay.
but that's pretty much.
Sure. So,
That's why I was in contact, when she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC, normally, like, she's, off pretty quick. Yeah, right, so if it has been reversed, it would go to a different situation, but I don't know how it's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
sure. Okay, so she comes home, Friday night.
Yes.
Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing? What?
Yeah, so,
Run me through the weekend if I'm.
yeah, with pleasure. I had some appointment. She was running late, so I took William and Brian Kinder Care. That's where the daycare is where we picked them up from. And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I'm going to go with hopefully Thomas. I just am going to do a few errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she's having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out. Okay. And she was a bit tired when she wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys. Okay. And so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and
What's the gym?
Yeah, it's bar method.
Bar
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yeah.
Go back to front. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or do
Yes.
you
Yeah.
go
No, we didn't go
to lunch?
No, we were just in the house.
So she was here, you ran some errands,
Yeah.
you just hung out in the house.
Yeah, then with the kids, doing fast.
So then she hits farm at the gym for the gym in the morning,
Yes.
Saturday,
Yeah.
wash nails.
Yes. And that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yeah.
And she said, yeah, I just stuck my nails down. I was like, okay, great. Thank you. And then she said, then she came over and said, hey, I'm going to take the kids. Like, great. I'm going to take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor play. Okay. So this is what. And then my son took my phone up to his room. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to do it.
Thank you. Okay. Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize movies for your brothers? Thank you so much. You guys are mesmerized by you. So what happened was, I was like, oh, that would be great, so I get ready because we're making dinner for our former boss, Jim.
Okay.
So she hadn't seen him face to face for a while, so I said, I got some time on for dinner and everything together, and she took the Jim. A lot of people call him Jim. He's on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
Dinner.
yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah. We had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed Everything the Best Year Ever. And then I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone. Okay. So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not. Yeah. So William, the excited one, took it up to his room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that's going to be thrown out. He had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then she's on the phone a lot, or texting with work. She mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that. And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning, Sunday morning. And I was like, okay. Normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous. But she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in D.C. So I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon as a family. It's fine, we make this decision together. So,
Do you know what kind of issue arose?
Explain it to me. But there was one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks. Another building, the FBI raided at one point. Another building, there was a disgruntled tenant. And so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there. So I didn't know because I I didn't want it. I was like, all right, well, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for only 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag. Okay. And she didn't bring, just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place. Or she just goes by. And then what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left. He got in a taxi, but I think he saw it because it was further down. And if you want to talk to him, he said it was a taxi, and I was like, he was showing the car. I said, well, I really didn't see it, Dad. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
maybe Anna's a taxi.
Maybe she's my driver, but I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30, either the early flight that she takes. What was I going to say? I never got confirmation for that. Okay. But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling. Right.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card that gave her 80,000 points. She doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, I'm doing this a lot. So she had got that. I had access that she's got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed the whole dynamic over the last month.
That makes sense. So, she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines would be the second. Okay. This is Jeff. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Not yet, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I know. I don't think she'll do anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorm, she spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston. It's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to a national or anything like that.
So what? You heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, there's about 6
Thomas.
years. Yeah, William doesn't have them.
Yeah, well, that was...
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastical.
Yeah. Why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early, and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, anytime he's action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say the jam. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake," so he came down. Okay. Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "I'm sorry, Mommy had to leave early." Yep. And he's already up that day. I said, "Goodbye."
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he had been off the whole week, so he did a lot of rest. So.
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
and
the boys, and Jem.
Yeah. The boys were all, we put them to bed. Jem didn't get here till 8.
Okay.
And Anna
took
them to play indoor play. So totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play, but I don't have the exact name on top of that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and Anna.
And then
doing dinner.
Yeah, and then Thomas came and hung out, and we heard and then finally went to bed.
Okay. So how did the night progress? How late did stay over?
Yeah, Jim stayed till, almost 1 or so, like after midnight at our age with kids. We're like, okay, good, we did it. That's, like, it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, there you go. So, and that's when, during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she got a message from Bella, who I spoke to today. It was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset. And then she was seeming, I don't know, she seemed, like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she mentioned, even Jim spoke about it today, there were nothing she didn't like doing or she's not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before, saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, I always make fun of her, like super sturdy, so it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on, and she said she had to go after Jen left. She said she'd go.
Okay.
And I was like,
So maybe around 1:30?
yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then because she was like, we were like that, and I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me. I was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get to Friday because she was just too much work, but she tried to keep up with. So the schedule has been, hi, thank you. Thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time. And it's difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job? When did the whole arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been down here for 9 months almost. We were only supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello. Okay, thank you. And then at first it was supposed to be Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out, and then she moved to DC, and then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long, and then, things progressed, so that was tough as ass.
Okay. I can imagine that's gotta be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like during the pandemic, while we were divorced, we enjoyed family.
You loved it.
Yeah, everybody loves it, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jen leaves between 1 and 1:30?
No, Jim leaves like 1, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, I have to, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then I was like, let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. So I would have to go tomorrow. Okay. And she made mention that she might have to leave early, early on Saturday. Then she confirmed it, but she always was like, hey, I'm going to be there early, I'm going to stay longer. And then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time. Maybe she was having a hard time speaking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and were bed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Both of them.
Okay, and then she was catch a
early flight. So she only got this is why she's always been tired. She wasn't feeling well.
Yeah.
On Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before. I want to say because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick. She came. Everyone got sick.
Around
Yeah, so everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say February 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better. But I noticed a difference there, and then she probably got 2.5 to 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up, and you hear her like in the bathroom get ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So.
Okay.
And that's when she came down, and then she does the final, the cleans up and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up, and she was like your rooms and the boys are gonna get up. So
Yeah.
I was like, you're right, but she comes and kisses me.
Okay. Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yeah.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think it's for me, but it's for Anna.
Okay.
And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really, so it's her domain. But everyone is called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook, Jem and Adela, and I said it must be comes through, and I look at it because normally I don't, but now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been no new posts because I've asked everyone who does it
To keep an eye out.
Yeah, but they're not seeing my entries on Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right. So Sunday morning when she leaves,
Yeah.
you haven't heard anything.
Okay. But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week it was the 24th, she was actually at that work Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear. We spoke to her, but I didn't hear from her all day, and she was supposed to be here on a flight, and she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said you're missing, and I'm going to kind of call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 25th. I'm sorry, 25th. Yeah.
So
Christmas Day.
Day.
And she worked all night, New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here, and I didn't have. She hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jem, but I didn't say anything to Jem. And then I called my mother, and I was about this first report right there. So I was like,
Yep.
And then she called and said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now. And I have the phone. I just emailed her saying, I hope everything's okay, and all that's fine.
So, where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday, 11 a.m., I guess William took it and put it under his bed. It was under, Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I want to, obviously, every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous, and then on Tuesday, I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, hey, don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian. I was like, sure. So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to, and I
One another day.
yeah. And that's Wednesday, today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I lost. And then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone, like,
Okay.
and then the Tishman Spy group got back to me very quickly. I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, can you please, Brian Walshe called, I called another building that we picked up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Shaw, who I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it.
Yeah.
And then it was Ram that called me and said, is everything okay? And I said, oh no, she had burnt. He's like, serious.
Okay.
And that's when things kind of blocked her.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten the phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good. It has happened.
Yes.
It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left the phone here.
Okay. Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turned it on in the evening now.
Okay.
So.
Is she like a call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to like just shut it off at night?
She would like turn on the side. She never turns the phone off.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, one time she brought it out of our back.
That would be my next
Yeah, Yeah.
Is she one of the types that always looking at her phone?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice for phone.
Okay, okay. Does anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife. I mean, even though that we've been doing this for a while, we haven't had it. I talk to her a lot, and even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying I'll call her back or something. I mean, it's very rare. There's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, "You need to take it easy. I mean, it's too much pressure, Brian." I'm sure, of course, I understand.
Right.
And now this time, I feel like I was not high pressure enough. I should have, done something more. So my mother is always calling, and like she's like, "What's going on?" She wants high crime investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, coming. So the detectives class, they're coming. Global, the gentleman at Tishbar is head of global security. So
Okay.
I think we're a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have like shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or
No.
does she have her own?
Yeah, I don't use that stuff. I'm driving around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So it's
Right. Does she have any family here stateside, or is it
the boys, that's it.
Okay.
And then our sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys were coming, and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So, Chester in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
So Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She's here, and then she got back to Belgrade. So she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
yes, Serbia.
Okay.
And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So,
So any other siblings?
just basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any like half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There's someone, his name is Milan. He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years.
Okay.
And I've been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well.
Okay.
Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
So he's
So that's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
very,
And there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers, and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago that they had to, cancel it.
Okay.
It didn't work
And
out.
it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Okay. Does she have any other best friends? I know you mentioned Jim, which was an old.
Jem is, there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at the Washington. Jem and Bella called to say that she posted something about 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
Where did they work?
In Little Washington. That was Anna's. I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here. So Carrie, and then in town there's Adela who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. And there's a neighbor. She made friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winter is her name, but I don't have any numbers. Jim spoke about that for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it is odd. Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield as a brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And it's an on a call, and then I settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I'm over to the house with us, and everyone's already been in the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
Alyssa is a DC contact, Adela is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC. And his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, "Oh, I just got back in from Idaho," but he immediately went over to take a look at the house.
Okay.
Adela did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and that kind of brought you back down?
She was in DC, I was in Boston, like, you're going back, like, from the beginning of our relationship?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How long, like, when did you guys meet? When did you guys get married?
Oh, right, yeah, so we met years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and she quickly came back after. Okay. And we were in Boston since then, and then she got a job in DC, and she said, "Oh, we go back to DC now as it works out." I said, "Sure," and then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any? Does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see. She would have told me we talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting a phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple the extra phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well.
Okay.
But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices, though.
Okay. Is it who's typically in charge of either finances or accounts?
One is very good at that. I like we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's much better. Yeah, much better at that stuff. So. With me, like more broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is a operations expert. That's like
perfect. Logistics, that's her thing.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, is everything good and in order, or
yes.
Is there any stressors, or
Yes, yes, definitely. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making in the back.
Oh wow.
That's why she did 315 this year. Wow. So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago. And it wasn't, so we really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being apart and not being the author of our own life. I couldn't move when we had to, and then our mothers had both of their health was a bit difficult, so she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother needs a lot of assistance. She recently had cataracts, and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So no, she's doing well. So thank you. Not quite waiting. Yeah. But those were everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is a long time, but yes, the biggest stress not being together before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was it was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through everything together. I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So.
I appreciate you being so open.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask about?
Please ask any questions you like.
The legal stress?
Absolutely. Yeah. So, do you have a specific question, or do you like
just around, what?
Yeah. I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You could read about it in the paper.
You're an attorney. What was your representation?
No, I
don't know what you do. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. well, we have a chocolate. So I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I just represented it to another person in the gallery in LA. And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that. And then I went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine. Yep. But the bank had called for the bank check saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and that things were postponed. Okay. And then things continued to be postponed. And that's, so I'm going to lock down here at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things that have not been resolved yet. Okay. And that's why I've been able to be in Massachusetts, sorry, in DC with my wife, and she's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day there was possible resolution for the whole thing. But obviously, that's what we're looking. But the prosecutor definitely. I will. In one moment, I'm going to make it up for you. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more, and we saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why I think it's taking a lot longer. And, but that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, I'll give you my attorney's number. She can also tell you about it. She can probably explain the law better than I can. But that was I acknowledge that out of integrity, and I'm thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So we're not going to catch up.
No, it's but I just I want to get a whole picture. I don't want to hide anything from you because if that would lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right. Yeah. So
but it's I do want to know it's extremely stressful
or anything like that.
But it's extremely embarrassing to talk about. But I'm circumstances is worth it.
But we're not here to judge anyone.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any? But please, if you have any other questions, please ask. This is don't hold back.
You obviously have a passport, right?
Yes.
For passport still?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah. I would say yes. Because what happened was she lost her ID at one point, and now she had to start carrying her passport. So, but now she always carries her passport. She brought. William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do. Okay. And when I got nervous about, not seeing her, I was like, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas, and it's the only way to identify him properly. Sure. So she brought those passports here to look at that.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
No, not that I know of. She just so for health. I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But she we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but they biopsied and said it was fine on her side. And but she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently, and I said it's because she hasn't had a lot of rest. She's working hard and. Okay, and flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC, I'll take care of the kids. You've got to get, because, she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work. And then now her work schedule really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she's taking 2 weeks off. Okay. So we really have any type of holiday or anniversary, so it's
sure. So you're not aware of any medications. Any other health issues or anything coming up? One going biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me. Right. We really talk about everything, no, I think that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she's probably a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh yeah, most of my clothing's in DC too. So the idea she thought was going to take a month or two to get there. It's taking a lot longer. So, we would buy stuff just to like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff.
Okay. Okay. So, I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And this time she brought up my my over heavy coat that I was getting cold. She said, "I'm gonna bring." So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And you had a coat in DC. She brought your coat up here.
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, "Come on, I'll bring it up." And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense. Sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage. So I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat. Don't get cold and get sick." So.
Right. So, you describe the carry-on?
Absolutely, it's a Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse.
Well, I know it's the duffel bag, Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at that house, because if that bag's there, then she's definitely she'd been to that house.
What color is it?
It's the brown, the classic. Yeah.
With all shades.
Yeah,
I'm the first guy.
I mean, I had to become one. My wife did. Yeah.
Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she's a terrible memory. We've been fun of it since we've been together. She's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps in the day, like.
No.
Like hours ago.
No, nothing
Just
like
classic, you know,
like some
like what I had, like I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always makes. Like, well, I don't know. I mean, she was always. That was always the thing. Or even further back, I was the one that had the memory of everything.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No, Anna basically drank nothing when she met me. She started to bore, and then we both, with the kids and stuff, pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve we did have some shopping and stuff.
Yeah, that's completely reasonable.
But no, honestly, totally straight arrow. Always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone?
I don't.
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags for us, and Anna picked it up on Saturday. And I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you."
Sure.
But because things, so those are. Okay. But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the New Year and stuff, and then she was going to be having an AirTag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, "I'm going to have an AirTag," you know. And,
Yeah.
but they're right on my desk, all wrapped up and everything. And she's the one that launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So,
Yeah.
So, and I would always say, "Oh, wait till you come back." I was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
That's what I'm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
It's a little expensive.
Yeah. You're going to get upset. Okay. Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. Okay. No swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side. I heard.
Okay. Good. Thanks.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it yet?
I know. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone. Blue and gray. The duffel bag, and then the purse that you brought.
Okay.
A black purse, probably.
Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not
Like,
this one. No.
Ring doorbell. I don't know.
Yeah, no, we don't have any here.
Is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but haven't been ready to go to the next level. And but I don't think he's got. He might have something down by the garage. He might have some stuff down there. But I don't think he's got anything. I haven't seen any ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's a, she installed, we had the door, what's the, not ring, but what's the other, not our,
Yeah.
there's a lot of them now.
Arlo.
What's one that has a thermostat too?
Nest.
Nest, I think the Nest cam. And that, but that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment. When we were at Jerusalem Road, we had three, so I got playing with the boys, and she'd call or she'd talk through it and stuff like that. So she's very good with that. But no, I just not here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Sheila, anything else?
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained.
No, I appreciate. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30, and you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if she took.
The photos I have on this.
Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry. But that's everything there. You can take a look. There's 5,000 photos. Glass back, please. Right glasses, please. Okay. Okay. Is it going to be okay with that happens?
Yep.
That's fine. You know what happened,
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm going to make it extra happy. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell him not to. That's not. William, please. Oh, no, I would like to say, I don't know where you learned that from, but I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that, that's your brother's, he's going to get very upset. Thank you. Can I have the glass back, please? No. All right.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
Yeah, on Friday. Yeah, basically I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We haven't seen each other in a while.
Yep.
And then brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And I think what else?
Where was that? Where did you meet him?
It was in Boston. Oh, it's in Kenmore Square. What? Oh, great.
Thank you.
And if you, anytime you want to go through this, feel free. It's so weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I'd be like, here's my life, go enjoy it.
Yeah, I just looked, I saw the photos from the area.
Oh, great.
Yeah, your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay, yeah, the same, yeah.
That's right.
I'm trying to think, well, I had some stuff to do, so I was young.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mind if we just do a walk through the house to see if anything jumps out?
Yeah.
To get a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
let's do it.
So, is there anything else? I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that,
I think that's it. Yeah.
Greg, do you have any idea? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps. You know?
I believe that. I honestly believe that.
You know, let's move on and see if we can track something down. So,
Right.
all right, it is 7:31 on Jonathan Court.
Sure. Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview. How old are the children at this point in time?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And when it's heard the defense saying 121212. What is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there are ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Anna and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
The screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from D.C. to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
I just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house. That it's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122. Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Wash and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take it this is the wash and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And what is at the back end of the sunken-in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
We have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 15, 7141. Where's this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 16, 7152? What part of the home is this?
This is the sunken-in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
We have the next exhibit, Exhibit 17, 7153. Is this how the closet is here, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have Exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file number 7235? Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 21, 7236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room. the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house, a view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have Exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
And could we have Exhibit 24, 7288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, front door would be your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's 2 bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have Exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the 2 bedrooms on your left.
Could we have Exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And, sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall in the ceiling.
Could we have the next Exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And, sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then we have Exhibit 28, 7309. And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have Exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have Exhibit 30, 7320? What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have Exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who is residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have Exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have Exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have Exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen looking toward the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
Could we have Exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down the steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343? And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where is this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080? And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42, 7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43, 7092. What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390? And where is this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
Just get a siren going by, sir, and let it go. Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Do we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And, sir, if I can just ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with a plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, like a looks like a V they spin when they fall from trees.
Now, how long did it take to just walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset Police Station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Further the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if I had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC Police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called my sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why did you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so, how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pipe pole to like scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
What did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer, because it was wider than the pipe hole, to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the station.
And what time do you think you go back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then what's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Anna Walshe.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the departments internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore.
Correct.
So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there are any recent transactions. The phones pinged the night prior, and we're reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted in, or excuse me, a area search with a canine was conducted in the house. The rear of the house, excuse me.
The rear of the house. All right, so what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach the neighborhood.
But how far is it between two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reard.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case, on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request for additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes.
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
About 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought him up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house,
But what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper Chico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers.
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howell, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did people have to? What access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms is the staircase.
Now, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. That interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Hunt and Trooper Chico?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have it as 50.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th? Thank you.
The reporter is on. It is 1956, January the 5th, 2023. We were at your home. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico, my name is spelled B-I-C.
and Sergeant Garrett.
Brian
Beautiful. So I'd just like to circle back to last weekend. So can you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, 'cause I remember when we talked, I was going back to my notes and taking everything up. We talked, I had up until and 11. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the 1st, so Sunday morning?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally gets out of work for this 7 or around 7-ish. So when it's about light, and I get out, and then sorry.
No.
And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning. I didn't. I'm 50-50 on 100%. So we went down and I French toast for, when your days off, I make French toast, and, I make French toast. I was able to see my mother, later, so the kid and I played, with all the gifts and things that we had at the house. And, then Robin, showed up at 2, and then, then I had to go out, to get, orange juice and milk and things like that, so I went to Shaw's. And then, I went to, then I got up a little bit late to go see my mother, and then we went to, Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back and pretty much the whole day.
Before that, I listened to the your interview, and you said that I think you said at the beginning that God had woken you at about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye.
So you did wake up and you did.
I didn't get out of bed, right? She's like 5 and I went back to sleep.
Okay, not knowing what conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go. So we've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her, and I would be too grown up for the kids. So.
Okay. And then, but your son also saw kind of.
Yeah. When I came down, I said, "Sorry, I'm going to go early." And he said, "I missed it."
So this is like 7:30 or something.
Yeah, at 7. He was on the couch with his iPad.
Okay. Sorry, I can't interrupt.
No, it's
fine.
fine.
To clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand that. It's clear anymore.
Can you talk about what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I'm sorry, I really, she had a dress on here, underwear, I guess the stuff was down here, sometimes she keeps it in her, so sometimes, because she's always getting herself ready and underwear on. So, but I know she always wears the black dress normally or something on, that's her standby, or she has one of her flowery dresses, but I don't know what she's wearing, but I do know that she wore, she had to have worn her short black coat, because I was when she wore her, which is odd, normally she wears fancier shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
And the pocketbooks, stuff like that?
Yeah, she had her Louis Vuitton bag, and then she had her black bag. I think it was product one, but she has like 5 or 6 product bags.
You're confident that she took that with her, like that's turned up and that was scary?
The only thing that turned up was when you were here last night. To me, sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where
She was her sunglasses.
Thomas had found them, right? No, William?
Brian had got it. Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there and start like taking stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked you there. Is anything like this ever happened before?
You know, no, it's totally is not a normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner really was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out. And the week before, she was late for Christmas because like I said, she worked late for December 24th. Yeah. So I was like, "Are you coming? You're missing." I emailed her and I called people, and she's like, "Hey, I missed the flight. It's canceled. I'm driving up." So I didn't have the phone, and she wasn't coming, so I held off. And then I should have called work. She was saying, I don't know.
Sorry. So go back to Sunday. You didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have the phone was with William's bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because I Thomas found it. Robin, the day we just met, was up there, and then Thomas, I guess, they went to garbage to record because I guess they run it for on the way a while ago in garbage. So came back and Thomas went upstairs to play with Willie and then brought the phone down. And I think Mom was there, so. And then he got it from my mother. And that's when I called, I said my phone got called, and that's when things, I got, normally not, call, it's been a while, because last time I know what's going on. Right. So I didn't give you the exact what was going on, but the emergency normally, she updates me. She's had several emergencies with the FBI, so crossing at one point, that was her building. A few weeks at Mazda or TJ Maxx, was going to leave, and then there was just some resident that she was dealing with. So anytime she had a big, she debriefs me pretty frequently.
Yeah. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on it like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday. Okay. So it was a Monday.
You said about 2:30 to 3:30?
Yeah, I think it was 2:33, because the moment I got it, I called. 2:33. Yeah.
So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you French toast, you run errands, OJ, milk.
Yeah, that was late in the afternoon. And during the morning, it was we had the French toast, and then we played with our toys from Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So.
Okay. So then, you went to see your mother?
Yeah.
Did you take the boys and go?
No, they stayed with Rob.
They stayed.
Yeah, they stayed with Rob. But I was considering if I was here, maybe we were all gone, and I would find that some of the switched out. But we had Ryan scheduled for.
So what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive up? No, I drove.
Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's so a bunch of people have come to visit support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so the pickup service is that?
That belongs to Ryan.
Okay. And then so
that belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have the cars on here, and then the press. So.
Okay, very good. So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
And what is it's the Swampscott?
Yeah.
Excuse me, address?
330 Paradise.
Sounds like a stressful job.
That's true. People call them.
Yeah, I bet. Sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head, as I said, it was huge. It was the job of dreams. She got like 2 or 3 times the money she could make before, and she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. What did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jen, who was here on New Year's Eve.
But what did she do?
Yeah, she was he runs a real estate company, and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way larger scale.
Yeah.
Multi-billion-dollar company, and it was a lot. It was overwhelming. Unbelievably overwhelming.
I know that in the previous conversation you had with Detective Spence last night, you mentioned that the distance, the issues that you had on your end, this job caused depression between you guys.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to ask, pointed question there. Has she ever worked suicide?
Never know. No. She never ever said that. She talked to Jen for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year had been and how she was really unhappy about the trial and things the court case taking longer and us not being able to be together. And she kept saying to come back. And it's like, well, I can only have $100,000, a small job. And I was like, no, we made huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. She was going to see a psychiatrist was the first time she brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He spoke to me 8 times today, and he basically said, hey, it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. She had a problem. She's doing it in a healthy way. So that was his experience.
Okay. Well, no past thought of it, no past attempts of it.
No, no.
Is the marriage okay? Is it separated? Or
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together, and think about when kids grow up, how much more time we have together. So, the pandemic with all the family time was best for us. It just wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So, our friend, my mother was like, what do you think about Anna? And we're good friends, and it was like they really enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't, that was the problem. I mean, it was just the idea of separation for her comes from like a thing that, her mother was talking about for 40 years. And for me, coming from divorce and not enjoying that was like, it just really wasn't, I mean, I don't think so, at least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she wasn't telling us something, as well as that possible, but for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
you mentioned that in the past years ago, you lived together in DC, right?
We lived together, yeah, for a year.
And then some problems, I think 2013, and you came here.
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like, she's not working. And then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in like DC.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, but that's not a fair statement. But I didn't like DC, just, it was, maybe I wasn't ready for a serious relationship at the time, and I was comfortable in a new town. So, but obviously, there was more layers to it. And I wasn't used to what a relationship meant. And I was just like a solo operator, and now I wasn't, and that was difficult for me. I struggled with that. So I think that was it. And then Anna realized that she wanted to be with me, and then it was fine. So, and then
Ms. Gilman, could you pause, please? And for the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great. We're going to start lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, close the notebooks.
You may start, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anybody need anything before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All rise. Please be seated, close the session.
Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Walsh is back in the courtroom.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, before the jurors come in, could I ask? We create a blank calendar for the jurors and for everyone. I believe there's a motion to eliminate and it was unopposed. Could I mark one for ID and then pass it on, have the court officers pass it on to the jurors?
I'm fine with that. Any objection to that?
No, you don't.
All right.
And I'm giving one to clerk. The reporter first. Skip it.
Thank you. H for ID.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering. May you stand, please? Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You have the witness back on the stand?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Now you're on, or you want to wait?
I will wait till he's back on.
Your Honor, may we continue with Exhibit 54? I believe we left off at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Yeoman?
I was happy with anywhere at that point, but that was, I mean, you grew up with.
And I asked this, but is there any extramarital between you or?
No, not at all. Certainly not with me, and not that any information on it. Like everyone who called me, something like how to work all this. The same story that I had is the same story Alyssa and Bella gave me, is that she works all the time, and she flies home to see you guys, and she comes back and she's constantly working. And, she said that she would eat her head and pass out a lot. So that was everyone else's experience. So yeah, I would be surprised that when we were younger, we were seeing when we were first dating, we were seeing other people. But that was 12 years ago, more.
So your experience, you had no suspicion that she seeing someone else or anything like that? No indication to you that was going on?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, we spoke a lot lot. That's why, like, you know, people are like, don't worry if you have spoken to it. But we spoke all the time. It was just in the morning and in the evening. So. And everyone, you know, rings, talk about husband and kids. I mean, this seems weird. Have an affair.
She had close friends here. I know she spent a lot of time at DC, and when she came here, she was like with you, family most of the time.
Yeah.
Did she have someone that she would spend time with here, like a girlfriend? Or...
Yes. So there's Rima, a very good friend of hers. Ferreira. She is the head of HR for the Park Plaza Hotel.
How do you spell that?
I know how to spell the first name, no last name. Rayma. Rayma. So Rayma. And then Ferrer, which I'm not as Ferrer. Ferrer.
All right.
And you said at Park Plaza?
Yes.
And anyone else?
Yeah, so Ryan was so when she was here, she spent most of her time with us. Trying to think who else were people that she would meet. Rima was the biggest. Jam, obviously. So I'm trying to think.
Sorry, I'm getting tracked. Yeah.
I'm not distracted. So, Rima, Jam. Well, Peter Berger was here.
Oh, Peter came by?
Yeah, Peter came. He didn't. I was like, I'm fine. He showed up anyways. It was like he needs. So that's his brother. He lives in Marshfield, so we're pretty close with them.
You know
Peter and Anna went to did a leadership training together.
Okay.
And I was Jim's part of my leadership training.
Oh,
so that's how a lot of us know each other through this.
Okay. So, Peter Kirby and leadership training.
Yeah, and she was, her group was B2 and my group was B3. We raised over $200,000 from the pandemic for them.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome. That's part of the leadership training is the community service projects.
Okay.
Something Jim and I continue to do. So.
Nice.
What do you think?
What do you think? I mean, like, first it's been like, I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up and it's been all over. I've had a hard time like sleeping or thinking. And then the fact that my mother has an investigative team in DC who's now, they don't believe she went back to DC. And Jan and Dell are like, where else goes? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like if you said she went to New York or Mars, anyone could be possible because I have no idea where else she would go. And I talked to Candace today, who's a friend of ours, and I said that she's not someone that would ever go haywire like that. But she was just like, go and not say anything that will under, or some money from one of the accounts and just, she wouldn't leave us or the kids. I mean, it's not possible.
What do you have to do for bank? I know she's got the JetBlue card.
Yeah, so I everything's in her name, the way I set it up. Like my grandmother taught me, make sure your white bill is taken care of. And with my legal problems, it's been difficult. And also, she all pays things on time, and I do not. So
with the bank institutions, stuff like that.
Yeah, so she's got Liberty Bank. She's got one of Marvel's had a brand bank. She's Apple Credit Union in Virginia, which she's had for probably 10 years, 15 years.
Apple Credit Union.
Yeah. So all the money goes there. Then we got the Chase cards with the Fidelity, which something happened with the Fidelity card, which is in Belgrade. So that was nice of you, all the investment accounts, and all of the, view of.
Obviously, we'll contact banking institutions.
Yeah.
Any activities going on.
Sure, I would, yeah, I would.
Have you been monitoring this?
I'm monitoring the Chase, the Fidelity, nothing's been going on, but the Chase, I used the Freedom Card, and the last time she used the Freedom Card in Belgrade, it doesn't have foreign transaction fees, so I called her to use the card, so then she used the other Chase, and then she got the JetBlue, she's like, hey, I want these $8. So that was the last quick conversation we had 6 weeks ago or something. 4 weeks.
Okay. When's the last time you checked the activity on these card accounts?
I had to check today because the Freedom removes for a company called Threshold, which is a sports card or a mobility company. So they buy from their whatever vendor, remove it on the credit card, and then they pay us back. So that's what. So I'm always checking that card.
Okay. Any suspicious activity on that?
No,
Any transactions on my
I don't recognize. No.
Okay. As far as travel, has Anna done any domestic travel in the United States in the past year or two? Anywhere?
It's been DC and Boston, and then I forget if it was Chicago or New York. Chicago to meet some of the head brass at Tissue Spire. She went to Belgrade, and that was it. No, she was complaining about travel to Tissue Spire was a problem, so we were looking to do something at some point.
So Chicago for what?
Yeah.
What was the destination that she really wanted to go to?
Oh, Japan. She kept saying, "Why do we take her to Japan?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely."
It's on my list.
I had done a lot of business ideas, but I said it's good. She loves the Japanese food, so.
Go back to her phone. You guys have a family plan, or you had a family?
Okay, so we have a family plan. When she got out of the Tissue Spire, she's like, trying to decide what to do. She's like, well, she wanted to take her phone over, so she ported it over, and then she left the family plan that we have.
You have no access to her.
I have no, but Tissue Spire, right? So,
Yeah, well, yes.
I thought you had a.
We've been talking with them, but they're a big company, so getting information from their
Oh, really?
companies,
Oh, I think it's handed right over.
they always have corporate things.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah, if she was on the family, if she was on the family plan, I could like hand it right over to you guys right now. Yeah, all the phones, my mother, my girlfriend, like me, on it, so.
Okay.
And I was married in Japan.
She was, yes.
What's the relationship like with her?
They don't talk.
How long ago was that marriage?
I guess she got. She must have gotten divorced in 2012. And it was only like the last 3 years or so.
So they don't have knowledge, or if they.
I keep asking this, like Marjorie, like we won't talk. They were talking a little bit, but once we started that kids, that was it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, you said you keep asking. What?
I did when I talked to Mark, it's been a long time, I mean, it was a bad person, just didn't bring everything out, so. But she said that every time she's reached out to him, he hasn't gotten back in touch with her. But he was, that's where they met.
What's his name?
Martin.
Martin.
Yes, spelled KNIPP. One of the Chase cards is under for that marriage name. We don't use that one, that's the first one we got. But that, they'll change the name from, so it's on the card.
But it's still an actor.
It's an active card, but we haven't used it, there's $229 credit on it. Hasn't been, no one's used it the last 6 or so months, so.
You carry a lot of cash for her?
So we discussed this occasionally, but I mean, there's been times she only had $50. Like, she had $10,000 came back from Belgrade, she brought in for a lawyer who's Serbian, who lives in, he went there, lives in, what's the, I'm sorry, it's quite a lot, near Boston, Windsor. So he lives in Windsor, so we took it over. So that would be a lot of money for her, but she has had, $2,000 to $5,000 at times. But
For personal use?
no, she just like cared if the cash from fresh bowls, or if there was some money I could get with it. But then she would forget, so for the time she carrying a lot of cash. But I don't know if she had a lot of cash on her this time though. I'll go through the point. So, but there are some where I said it made money, she only had $50. But she always dresses like she had a lot.
There was no financial trouble among that.
No, actually, we're better than ever right now. We're raising restitution charges with the job, and with real estate has worked out. We're in really good shape.
Did you guys have any arguments or anything about New Year's Eve?
No.
New Year's Day,
No, I wasn't enough time on New Year's Day to have an argument, but New Year's Eve, everything was fine. We were excited. What she wrote, when Peter saw what she wrote, it was very positive, and we